In this video, I'm going to walk through step by step how I would create a real estate chatbot that can recommend properties, capture leads, qualify them, and then hand over the qualified leads to the client. Now, if you don't know who I am, my name's Ibrahim and I run an AI automation agency called AIBoosted, which helps businesses get custom tailored AI automations to help slash costs and save time. So without further ado, let's get straight into the video. Alright, so usually when I get a client, I don't really muck around on a canvas planning out the chatbot and whatnot. I usually get a prototype out to them straight away as soon as possible. But for this video, I'm going to do it because, you need to see what's happening in my mind. So to make this chatbot, we need to have like a company to model this off of, a real life company, so that we can have the most practice here. So I've chosen Imar because it's a big real estate company in the UAE, and I've seen a lot of ads, so I guess I can't really escape it. So I just thought, why not choose that for my real estate chatbot? So yeah, we're going to use MR for this example. So let's quickly head over to their website and see how we search for properties. So we've got a few ways. Got property type, bedroom, price range, and communities. All right. So what if I just click on search properties like that? Okay. Takes a long time to load. Alright. That loading time might be a big issue. Alright, so what we want to do in this scenario is, because the loading time is big, how do I do a sticky note? Oh, there you go. Square sticky note, I'm guessing. There we go. Oop. Long loading time. Therefore, solution would be to index the website. Obviously, if you're working with the client, then you would probably have access to their database, but worst case scenario, you don't. You'd probably want to scrape the website. So here, we're just going to say we're going to index the properties, just like we did with the e-commerce chatbot. We're going to index all these properties or products basically and put them into the chatbot's knowledge base to have those true product, AI product recommendations. So that's the plan. We'll index the properties to Voiceflow knowledge base using the JSON table tabulate data API. Voiceflow KB. All right. So that's how we're going to do it. How are we going to index it now? Let me just check. So one nifty thing to have and to look at when you're scraping a website or your client's website is the sitemap. So if you just go to sitemap, sitemap index, there we go. And post page, communities, properties. That's probably the one, properties. Okay, we have loads of properties here. Loads from 2020, 2021. All right. So what we want to do when we're indexing, let's take a square. Let's make it medium. Okay. So how are we going to do it? We're going to take the sitemap. Can I just do that? Then we're going to get all URLs. Let me just check. We probably don't want any listings before 2024, to be honest. Or maybe 2023. Let's just, yeah, before 2023. So, or before 2 years ago. We don't want any listings from that. So we'll take the sitemap, get all the URLs. We'll filter for after 2022. Then we've got English and Russian and Arabic, what do you call them, localized pages. So what we want to do here, so Basically, localization is just like having a website in different languages for obvious reasons. You know, you've got clients from multiple regions. Filter for after 2022 and filter for /en in URL. If this gets boring, just skip ahead to you know, where I actually make the chatbot. So I'll have this synced up with a knowledge base. I'll make a chapter around the time I do, and then you can, you know, get to the real meat. Okay, so and filter for /en/in URL. That's perfect. So once we've done that, we want to get the web page. So let's go for actually, yeah. So /en. Okay, what do we have here? Seems that there's no prices. We probably have to do a sales call or a register interest, which we won't. So what we want to do is we want to take the user to this web page, and we'll just say like contact for price when we're recommending properties. All right. So it seems like we'll use AI to basically index this, and I'll show you how. There's actually, I think quite recently, GPT-4o came out. So what we'll do is we'll get the page. Since it's server-side rendered, it's already got all the data. We don't have to use any JavaScript to load the property data, if you know what I mean. So we'll just get the page with a fetch request. So sorry, HTTP request with make, because we're going to use make.com to scrape the website. So we'll get the sitemap, get all URLs, filter again, get the page. So basically we're going to iterate for each URL. We will iterate. We will get the page with the HTTP request. Then we will probably strip HTML and output all the text. So all the HTML such as meta tags and whatnot, we want to strip that away because that will just consume more tokens with our AI GPT-4o mini. But it shouldn't, the price is really low anyways, but I think, you know, this is a really good cost optimization here. So we'll strip HTML and output all the text. Bonus points if we can convert it to Markdown, because that's how that's the format that they're usually trained on. Okay, next, what do we want to do? So we need to strip all the HTML, output all the text. Oh, we'll probably need to get the images from there. So we'll also say select probably first image from HTML, and I'll show you how to do that in make.com. Once we've got those two, we should be able to then turn the text into structured data. Now, what structured data do we need? Can we expand this? Perfect. So we need to get price, name, location, price, name, location, number of bedrooms. Oops. All options. And I think if we want to filter by number of bedrooms, we should have this as an array. So all options as an array. And then we'll have number of bedrooms, text description, and then probably description of the property as well. So we've got price, name, location, number of bedrooms. Yep. We'll also need to get the image. So, and get URL. Can't forget that. So we've got price, name, location, all that's done. Now, all that's left to do is just, we're going to use an aggregator, for example. So aggregate all data. And then we're going to create a table in Voiceflow knowledge base with all those properties. Are we forgetting anything? Oh yeah, okay. And property type. And property type. For example, apartments, houses and penthouses, other stuff like that. So let's just do that. Okay, now the scraping plan is done. What we want to do is we want to just make sure that this will work for what the outcome we want to have is going to be. So, you know, fully functioning property recommendation chatbot. Probably want to also include Google Maps integrations. So probably before this, so we'll just take that out and create a new block. So we use Google Maps to get the location. I think it's called place ID. Place ID and the latitude and longitude just for good measure. So we can get like nearby facilities. And then I think we can aggregate. So aggregate just like that. All right, that's good. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to first scrape and then we'll do the rest of the stuff just so that, you know, the boring bits out of the way if for other people who skipped, or if you want to skip, you know, you're more than welcome to. So let's just get into it. So we're going to call this new scenario scrape MR properties with AI. And first things first, what we want to do is we want to get the sitemap like that. Okay, we'll use HTTP module and we'll make a request. Get the URL, paste it in there. That's all perfect. No need for headers. We're just using a simple get request and we want to pass the response. All right, and go. What do we get back? Perfect. So it's already formatted it for us. Now let's set a variable. Let's just set it to URLs and we want the URL set here. Done that. Next, we want to do what do we want to do now? I think we'll iterate just like we did in the plan. So we'll get our URLs, iterate and filter. So we'll create an iterator here. The array will be URLs. And then we want to create a filter. So we'll create a filter in between the modules. Yeah, so we'll probably have the for each. We're having the for each back here. So get the page with the HTTP request. So we'll just do HTTP module, make request, value, or not. No, not yet. Cancel that. We need to set another variable. So we'll set variable here. And we'll call that URL. So this, yeah, sure. Because these URLs have two properties, apparently, lock and the last date changed, as you can see in the sitemap, these two properties there. So we want to set up a filter, probably over here. Set up a filter, meets requirements, I don't know. And we want to take the URL. Oops. Well, we need to run this first so that we can actually, it can actually register what variables, like, you know, the data structure of each variable. Okay, cool. So HTTP request, make a request, and then set up the filter there. Okay, so here we've got the URL. What's the URL going to be? It's empty. Oh, because we haven't said anything to it. Okay, never mind. We don't need to set a variable. We've already got it there. So let's just set up a filter, meets requirements, URLs, location, text operators. We need to make sure it contains /e and /. Done that. We also need to add a new rule. And oops, wrong variable. Got to be mindful of this. Last mod and time operators, I think it is. Here we go. Greater than or equal to. And we want it to be add months, add years to now probably -2 for that. Yeah, for after 2022. I think that will work, but just for good measure, I think you can subtract 1.5 years, can't you? -1.5. Click OK on that. All right, let's test that out. Oh wait, we need to get the URL, don't we? There we go. That's all perfect. Pass the response. No, because it's going to be HTML. Let's run that. Okay, it's running. So as you can see, some passed the test, some didn't. That's because most of them are from before 2022, I'm guessing. Sorry, before 2023, 2022. Yeah, as you can see, 2022 before, they're all getting basically filtered out, which is what we want. All right, so once we've done that, we'll need to, if we go back to our plan, so we've got the page, we need to strip the HTML. Now, what we might also want to do is we could just reverse this as well, just because more of the pages that we want are on the other end. So let's just reverse this array, just like that. That's perfect. Okay, we got the web page, didn't we? It's all in data, it's a long string. So let's use text parser, I think it is. And we need to convert HTML to text. So where is it? There, the HTML. That's the data. And we'll need another text parser. Like that. Match elements. Alright, once we've had that added in, you want to click on here. Oops, not the right one. Never mind. So we will want to go to, I think it's get elements, that's right. Element type, image. Yeah, continue the execution. Actually, no, we don't want it to continue. So let's use that data. Okay. Now, let's just change this to get the first, like, 4 or 5 or 10. There we go. Okay, so once we've done that, that's just for testing for now. We'll take that off later. So we need to get all the images. Let's just see how that works. Just click on run once. That's fine. We're just testing it out. All right, so we get 5 bundles. Ooh. You get multiple bundles, so it's not an array. Okay, so what we'll need to do is we'll need to use an array aggregator. So just go into flow control, click on aggregator here, and we want to link it to this module and get let's just get all of that. All right, once we've done that, I think we're ready to, yep, we're ready to turn that text into structured data using AI. So let's get right into that. So first of all, you want to make sure that you've got an OpenAI account and that you've got an API key as well. Once you've done that, just come back here and let's just use the OpenAI module. And we want to look for, I think it's transport text to structured data. There we go. I've already got a connection, so I'm just going to use that. We want to use GPT-4o mini just to keep costs down. And we want to input the text here. What's our prompt going to be? Okay, let's just copy this and then we'll work from there. So you have been given a text, all the text from a property website called Imar, which lists properties in Dubai. Okay, which lists properties in Dubai. Your job, your purpose, I guess, is to, to scrape the price, name, location, number of bedrooms, all options as an array, number of bedrooms, text description, all the info on the property provided on the website, as well as the facilities and exactly what the website says about the property. The property type, its name. That's perfect. All right. Then we want to just specify what the property types are. So property types are house, apartment, penthouse. I think that's it. Yep, that should be everything. And now we need to create a structured data definition, which is the format that you will output everything in. So we need some properties here. So, well, parameters. So we're going to go for, I guess, in order, I don't know. Name. So the name of the property. Data type, we're going to go for text and make sure that they always provide this parameter. Then we want to go for price. So let's not use capital letters here. The price of the property. Please say, please output contact for price if there is no price. to be found. And the data type for this will be text. Oh yeah, in AED. And we'll just add a value example. So we'll go for AED 175573000, for example. Is a parameter required? Yes. All right, next up we have property type, name, location. So we'll go for type, the property type. This will also be text. And for examples, we'll go for house again, apartment, and penthouse. All right, and it's required. Next up, location, number of bedrooms, text description, info on the property as well. And I think that's it. So let's go for, I think it's location. Yep. Location. The location of the property. This, the full location of the property. Text. Yes, it's required. And then the final three, number of bedrooms. So bedrooms. Description, the number of bedrooms. As an array of options. Data type will be an array of numbers. And yes, it's required. And let's just give an example in the description. So EG1 for 1-bedroom property, or 1, 2, 3 for a 1 to 3 bedroom property. That should do it. And obviously it's required. Next one is bedrooms. Again, we're going to call it bedrooms description. And this is going to be the number of bedrooms in a textual format. And we'll add the examples below. So, for example, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, or 1 to 2, or 4, for example. And obviously this is also going to be required. And finally, description. We're just going to copy the what we just said. So all the info, and we're going to call this info actually, just so we don't confuse the AI. And of course it's going to be required. That should be it. We can hit OK. And let's move on to the next bit. So once we've got that, we'll need to use Google Maps. All right. So for Google Maps, I think you'll need a API key. So we're gonna search for, we're gonna get location. And just to walk you through getting a Google Maps connection, you need to sign up for Google Cloud Developer, so cloud.google.com. You need to sign up for your developer membership here. It should say here, get started for free, hook your billing up and whatnot. Go to the console. Okay, I'm just gonna skip to where you need to actually get the API keys. Okay, so once you're in the console, you should see here APIs and services. If not, just type in APIs and services. just like that. And it should come up. And then you should be able to go to this page. Here we go, the API library. And we want to enable the Places API. So just hit enable on that. As you can see, it's enabling it for us. And we'll probably need to enable a few more APIs. So go ahead and enable the Maps Embed API, the geocoding API, just to get the to convert between addresses and geographic coordinates. And we'll also need to enable the New Places API, just so that we ensure longevity for this chatbot. So with all of those enabled, we'll need to get API key. So just go into keys and credentials. And you want to click on create credentials and API key. Now I'm going to skip to after I get the API key. And basically all you need to do is once you've got your API key, so you click on that, copy the API key, click on add connection and paste the API key here and click save. And then it will do it all for you. So I'm going to skip ahead to when I've actually got the API key. Okay, now I've created the connection. What we want to do is we want to get the address. So the input format will be the address. We want to put the name and then the location. Dubai, UAE, I guess, or just UAE. There we go. So that will get the location. Then, once we've done that, we need to aggregate it. So we need to create a table or like a JSON array for now. So we'll use JSON here and we'll click on aggregate to JSON. Now, in make, we need to close the loop since we've opened one here and we'd opened one here, but we closed it. So we want to click on the iterator and then we want to create a new data structure. Let's name this properties. Yeah. And let's click on generate. So this is just going to make, I'm just going to make sure that basically using generate is going to allow me to make it more quickly. So we're just going to input example JSON data. So let's go to JSON editor online. Okay, once we're on JSON editor, let's just create a new document and we're going to add a few properties here. So we need the name. So example, we need let's go back here. So we need name, location, and price. Price, which is also going to be a string. Name, location, price, number of bedrooms. Number of bedrooms. For example, 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. Name, location, price, number of bedrooms description, the type of property as well. So, sorry, info. So info goes there. Type, example, house. And I think that's it. Let me just check. So we've got name, price, type, location, number of bedrooms description, and info. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. We forgot image though. So let's just do image, just like that. There'll just be a URL, for example. something like that. I think that's it. Oh, what else do we need to do? Oh yeah, the place ID. If we go here, we needed to get the Google Maps place ID and the latitude and the longitude. So let's do that real quick. So I think it's a number, isn't it? Let me just check. Close. I'm pretty sure that this will give you a place ID. Let's just use this to check. Yeah. So it's a text. Place ID is text, and then latitude and longitude is obviously going to be a number. So if we go here, place ID, example, lat, latitude, and then longitude. All right, just take that, copy it, and then we're gonna paste it into here as we create a new data structure. So property info. Click on generate, paste that, generate that, and we've got all the properties we need there. So let's start filling them up. So name, location, price, number of bedrooms is going to be mapped. Number of bedrooms description, info is type, caps. Did I? No. Okay, it's just recognized it as a word and decided to do that. So the type, place ID, which will be here. The image should be from the array aggregator. SRC. We don't actually know if the SRC is going to be it. Okay, let's worry about that later. So location. I think that's it. Yeah. All right. That should be everything. We just need to find out where the image bit comes from. Is it from here or here? Text parser get elements, attributes. Is it data? SRC. Let's see if I can put a variable in between. Data SRC. Okay, I'm gonna do some make.com magic here. So we've got that. Cancel, delete that. And then in here, we're gonna use the array aggregator. We need to get the first one. So let's get the first image and then set that to a variable. Image, and we'll get the first from this array. Okay, so now we need to just change this up a bit. I think that's it. So we get the image attributes data src, right? That should be it. Let's run it once. Okay. The variable value, attrs data src, and there was a problem with this one. Okay, stop that. Yep, image attributes data src, and we're done with that. And this didn't run because it was an aggregator, but it would just run at the end to aggregate everything into an array, a JSON array. All right, now we've got all that done. We need to check out the Voiceflow documentation so we can see what the next steps are to add the info to the knowledge base. So let's just go to learn.voiceflow.com. And we need to go to API reference, document API endpoints. And let's see. Limit is 1 file per call. Upload table data. Here we go. So that's the API endpoint. So just copy that. And let's create a new module, HTTP. And we're going to make a request. URL, paste that in there. Oh yeah, we'll need to add the URL in this as well. So let's click on edit, add item, URL, type text, perfect, required, yeah. Multi-line, no, save that. Oh, and multi-line on that subject. Let's see. Where is it? Info. That is multi-line. All right, that's all perfect. We'll need to click on it again just to get the URL parameter up. And then we just need to add the URL in. So let's go into iterator lock 1, just like that. All right. Now the body type is going to be raw. The method is going to be post, content type, JSON, and the request content. Don't need to pass response. So let's just check it out here. Overwrite, we'll set that to true because we might be updating this periodically. So we'll just do like, you know, a rescrape maybe every month or every week. All right. And then that's the basic data structure, I believe. So you got your data, document ID, and updated at. Oh no, that's the response, sorry. Where is our, okay. Example request. Okay. This is the example request that we're just going to copy right now. And we'll paste it in here. Okay, so we've got data, name. I'm going to call this properties, schema. Okay, searchable fields. Now, what have we got? So this is probably going to show up to the AI, and I'm guessing this is going to be all the data fields that we can filter with and will be provided in our metadata. So we'll probably want every single field in there. So let's go for it. So we got name, location, price, non-bedrooms, description as well. Let's go back to the JSON editor. And we'll just copy all these. I'm pretty sure if you just use the cursor like so, and then, oops, so just use it like that. And basically we just need to get an array. of properties, like how I'm doing it right now. Oh, and the URL. Okay. Let's add the commas. Now that should just be an array. Whoops. Okay, now that is an array. I believe. Well, obviously, it's just throwing up errors here. That's a JSON array. Let's just use that. Copy that. And let's just paste it into the metadata fields. Do we want the other fields to show up to the AI? Probably, yeah. Except for a few. So let's just add them in. So we'll have the URL, place ID, longitude, and latitude don't need to be in there. The image doesn't. The type can be left in there. Number bedrooms can be taken out. Price is fine. Location is fine. And the name is fine. All right, I think that should be the schema done. Now it's just the items. Okay. And that can just be the JSON string from aggregate to JSON. Perfect. Let's try this out. I think we've already shortened it to 10, so let's press OK. If it takes too long, I'll just cut to where we get the response. Oh yeah, we need to also authenticate with the Voiceflow key. So the way we do that is we just add the authorization headers. So for example, let's just call it API key for now. So here, authorization API key. And I'll put the Voiceflow API key here. Obviously, I'm not going to do it on camera just because I don't want it to be leaked. So all I'm saying here is just we're going to authorize with the Voiceflow API key, which I'll replace in when I run this. And I think that should be it. We just need to add the accept and content type. Okay. So accept application slash JSON. So we only want a JSON response and we are sending a JSON body. Content type JSON. Application slash JSON. Okay. I'll replace the API key and then I'll run it. So we're just going to click on OK for now. And then I'm going to cut to when I run it. But before we run it, we need to create a new agent on Voiceflow. So we're going to call this real estate chatbot. State chatbot. Modality chat, language, English. Click continue, create agent. Perfect. And then we just want to hit publish for now, just so we can get the API key and then use that as our knowledge base. So if we go into, I believe it is integration, and then primary key, copy that API key, take it here, and paste it. Now let me just cut to where I actually have pasted it in and run it. Okay, I've pasted it in now, and let's run this automation. Okay, so we got our first few pages coming in. And as you can see, we get a slight delay as the GPT-4o mini model basically converts it into structured data for us. So here, got the prompt, structured data definition, and yep, we get the price and everything. Perfect. Okay, and it seems it's already done. So 5 URLs managed to pass through that filter. As you can see, some of them weren't in English, and yeah, most of them just didn't pass through because they weren't in English. So once that's done, Let's just check the response. All good. And let's check the Voiceflow template. So if we go back to the knowledge base, so sync content, we can basically hold shift and click on, sorry, you can hold shift and press K, and you should be able to go to knowledge base like that. And we've got our properties here. And as you can see, it's all formatted inside a table. And then we can now query the knowledge base with that. So for example, I can say, do you have any properties in the Gulf or properties near golf courses? Let's click on send. I think that's what the first property was. Yep. We have two properties near golf courses, Golf Point at EMR South, located in EMR South, Dubai, and Club Place at Dubai Hills Estate, located in Dubai Hills Estate. And the sources is from the properties table. The top three were these three properties, as you can see. Pulled up Golf Point first, and then Club Place, just because it mentioned golf course right here, and that's the magic of AI property recommendations. So we can search for something else. For example, do you have any 2-bedroom apartments for sale? Send that. Yes, we have 2-bedroom apartments for sale at Club Place at Dubai Hills Estate. So Venera Valley Phase 2, non-bedrooms description 3 and 4. So as you can see, it didn't include the 3 and 4 bedroom one. It only included the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom property, which just goes to show that, this is the superior way of recommending properties here. It's versatile, it's quick, and it's really informative as well. And I'll show you how to do the carousels in just a bit. We'll plan that out first, and then we'll get into that tutorial. Okay, so now we've indexed everything. Let's move on to the chatbot. So I think the best way to do this is to just outline a few requirements first. So let's get a rectangle. Let's go through our requirements. That might be the wrong thing to use here. Let's use a section. Requirements. So what would a real estate agent want? I think we can type in there. There we go. Oops. Okay, what would they want? So what's the ideal flow here? We want leads will come in from website. Then we want them to interact with chatbot. Basically, we want to send message preview. So like little chat bubbles that will appear on top of the chat widget while it's minimized, just to prompt the user to interact with the chatbot. Once we're in, lead will be recommended. We'll get property recommendations based off of their requirements. So we'll ask for their requirements first. Ask lead what they're looking for. So 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, location, price range, all that stuff, so that we can then hand that off to our clients or the real estate agents. Show property recommendations. And answer any questions. just like that. So that's like the first bit that really draws them in. So once we've found a property for them, or once the user is ready, like, they don't have any more questions, then we'll ask for their email, ask for email, and probably name. So ask for name and email, or phone number. And then probably we should ask when the best time to contact them is as well. If now, so we want to give them the option to say now. So now with a button. So this can go two ways. So if they don't say now, then we'll just then add to CRM with all the info, what they're looking for and what they were recommended. And if they do say now, if they click on now, then initiate handoff to live agent, just like that. So we'll answer any FAQs. So basically this chatbot will answer FAQs, recommend properties, collect lead info. We'll also need to qualify them as well, just because for those like, real estate agencies that are high in demand, there's a lot of tire kickers around and there's a lot of bad clients. You really don't want them. So maybe just like ask about their budget and why they would like a property. But if we can find that out through the conversation history, that'll be less intrusive and sort of, reduce the friction within this funnel. So ask about their budget and why they would like to buy a property. Perfect. So that's our requirements for this chatbot. All right, so we've got some requirements. It's a new day and I've got a new trim. So let's get started with the flow. So what we want to do is we want to create a flowchart here. So if I just drag and drop, should be able to then start jotting down some ideas about the flow. So first we want to greet the user and highlight functionalities. For example, like, hey, I can recommend you properties and you can ask me questions if you want to learn more. So we're going to have three options here. So get recommendations. Learn more. And then we'll also want another one to probably speak to a representative. So what we could do is, because we want to test that, we want to qualify the lead, what we could do is the next time or every second time that they come to this, so we're not too intrusive. So every second time we will go down this path, and let's just name this main menu. Oops. Main menu. So this is our main menu. We can get recommendations, learn more, and every second time we will then basically ask the user for their email. Every second time, obviously, like, unless user has already gone through this, ask the user for their email. So now I've just got an email, ask for name, ask them, if we go back to our requirements, we want to know their budget and why they'd like to buy a property. And ask about why they would like to buy a property from, I guess, email. So we've got budget, name, that's easier for the email/phone. And then we want to add that to our CRM. So we'll just add details to CRM. Then we want to basically ask, what time they'd like to be contacted by a property, I guess, by a representative, or, slash property consultant or expert. I don't know what you would, they're called different things in different places. So ask what time they'd like to be contacted by a representative or property consultant. Then what we want to do is, so if they say time other than now, then we'll just update the CRM entry with new time. And if not, so if they say now, we'll have a button to click on to say now. So if they say now, then we'll just so if they say now, we'll just hand them over. So use voice glow live human handoff, and that will hand them off to a representative via their email. And basically, when they click on that email, they'll get redirected to the live chat page, and then they can just chat with the client there. Okay, learn more. This is really simple. All you do is ask what they'd like to know, and then we want to use KB to answer question, and then ask if any more questions. If not, loop back to main menu. Menu. There you go. That's that one. Now, recommendations is probably the most complex, but I'll make it as simple as possible, hopefully. So first, we want to ask about, if we go here, so we want to ask them what they're looking for. We could do this at the very start. I guess we'll try each approach. So ask what they are looking for. And then we want to basically ask any other questions to like sort of narrow it down. So if budget not provided, sorry, if location not provided, ask if they have any preferences in location. If budget not provided, again ask if they have any preferences with budget. And you'll probably have to add some buttons here just to, give them a few example ranges. So if we go back to our requirements, so yep, show rough property recommendations. Okay, so we've got location, budget, if number of bedrooms not provided, ask if they have any preferences on number of bedrooms. And finally, so we've got budget, number of bedrooms, location, and then I guess facilities. So, or you know what, that would be too intrusive. I think 3 questions is enough if they haven't provided any info at all. We want to reduce the friction within this lead funnel, if you'd call it that. So then we just get property recommendations, either using filters or pure knowledge base, and I'll show you how to do that as well. It's just like my e-commerce chatbot tutorial where we use true AI to get product recommendations. So then what we'll do then is we'll just use AI to write a paragraph or two on the recommendations and how it fits their needs, and then basically show recommendations as a carousel. And each recommendation card, so this will be a recommendation card basically. So we'll have an image, image, then we'll probably have the name, followed by the price, and then for buttons, we'll probably have view details, and then so we'll have view details, probably another one, learn more. Okay, so I think we can just add a new flow diagram here. So within learn more from a recommendation, we're gonna do show nearby facilities, or so we'll add these as buttons obviously, so we'll like ask them, ask what they'd like to know, and then we'll have these buttons, so nearby facilities, show location, or show directions maybe, and lastly other, and here we'll just use the knowledge base, so use KB to answer question. Perfect. Show directions, use Google Maps, embed with place ID. Remember the place ID which we saved for later use. And here we'll just use lat/long, latitude and longitude coordinates with a probably radius of maybe walking distance, or we'll just say a mile for now. 1 mile to get nearby facilities from Google Maps API. Then we'll use AI to summarize nearby facilities. There we go. And then obviously we'll have like a back to main menu button after all of these. So that's the that's basically the flow. Just to recap, we're going to use the knowledge base to get product property recommendations, knowledge base to answer learn more questions, and every second time the user comes back to the main menu, if we haven't already asked for their email and phone and whatnot, then we're going to ask for their email, phone, name, budget, why they'd like to buy a property from Emar. Then we're going to add the details to CRM and probably score the user based on how well they qualify. And then if they do qualify, if they are a good match, ask what time they'd like to be contacted. And then, yeah. So obviously we don't want to offer a bad match, to be contacted, because then we're just going to waste our time. So we always want good quality leads coming out of this funnel and, being ready to be contacted and set up as a client. So that's the flow. Now let's just get into the build. Okay, so let's just remove this template code first. Or, this the example stuff. We don't need that because we're pros. Let's just use the talk function here. Let's give this a name. So hey, I don't know, I guess Eve. Hey, I'm Eve. Talk again, text. I'm here to help. If you need any recommendations or want any or have any questions. I think that's all we need. So then this will basically show up as the two preemptive messages. So there'll be like a speech bubble here, for example. If this was the chat widget, there'll be a speech bubble here saying, hey, I'm Eve. And then next, this will appear saying like, I'm here to help if you need any recommendations or have any questions. We should also probably generate a second one to add some variability. So yeah, that's perfect. I don't think we need another one for that. So then if we just refer back to our plan. Okay, so we need to have these two buttons. So let's go to logic. What do you call it? Actually, let's create another talk step. So how can I help you? Or actually, we'll have a talk here saying, how else can I assist you? And we're going to name this block back to main menu. And then this is going to go down to a listen step with buttons. First button, obviously, get recommendations, and then we're going to attach a new intent. So we're going to say the intent name will be wants recommendations. The description will be the user wants property recommendations. And then we can just generate a few phrases here. Okay, let's just give it a few example phrases. So, can I have some recommendations? Get recommendations. Show me some properties. Can you recommend any properties? What are some good properties? Blah, blah, blah. So let's just generate a few more here. Perfect. The AI's got the gist of it. So now we can just create the intent. So that's the first one. Then we want to add another button saying learn more. And then we're going to attach an intent here. Learn more. The user wants to learn more. Like to learn more. Learn more. Tell me more. Have a question about Imar. Learn more about Imar, for example. And it doesn't really matter too much because we can also have a no match here. So we'll just add a path. And these will basically be the same. We'll just use the knowledge base to answer the questions. So that goes there. And yep, so that will go there. Get recommendations, we'll take that to obviously the get recommendations flow, but let's start with the knowledge base answering component of it. So what we want to do is, as it is a component, we're going to use it twice here. So in the learn more and in no match, we're going to create a new component. So I'm going to call this answer with KB. Answers the last utterance with a knowledge base answer. Knowledge base AI answer, I guess. Create that component. And this is where we start from. So first things first, what we want to do is we want to use AI here, response AI, knowledge base. Question is last utterance. And our instructions are, you are a helpful property recommendations and customer support chatbot for a large property company called Umar, based in the UAE. Use your knowledge base to answer customers' questions in a polite and friendly manner. Oop. We want to make sure that there's no spelling mistakes or grammar mistakes here, because that does affect the answer too. While ensuring that you provide sufficient detail. Perfect. And we're going to have a not found path and all that stuff. Let's just check the prompt settings. I think we can go for, I think GT 3.5 Turbo is alright. But I believe Claude 3 Haiku does outperform it by a bit. So we'll just use Haiku. We'll set the temperature to 0.3 because we want it to be as close to knowledge base answers as possible. And then we'll just raise this to around 1K tokens. That's perfect. Let's just preview an answer. So, what properties do you have near the beach? Generate. Okay. So we want to also make sure that we just add a little instruction on the end. So do not mention anything about reference information or the fact that you have a knowledge base, specifically act like knowledge, the information that you have been provided with is known to you already. Okay, preview that. We're still getting that little message. Let's try and lower the temperature just a bit to 0.20. Okay, what if we raise it? I feel like it has something to do with what we're saying here. Do not mention anything about. Okay, ensure that you only talk about the answer, or only say the answer and that you don't talk about where you got the information from. If the user really wants to know, then say that you got it from, I think it's called properties.email.com. Yep. Let's try that again. Let's just add it in like that. Don't say based on the information provided. Rather, just say the answer. Okay, this is really strange. So maybe we might just need to use Claude Instant for this. Let's try that. All right. That's sort of okay. Let's try that with a bit less specific instructions. Okay. If we increase the temperature here. All right. Let me try a different question as well. So with descriptions of properties, use markdown formatting to create lists and to make the message look neat. Okay, that's nice. And then we'll just send them to this talk block saying, do you have any other questions? And then we're gonna add a button, two buttons down here. One saying, yeah, yes. We're gonna attach the yes intent to that, and another one saying no. And we're gonna attach the, you guessed it, no intent to that. The not found one, we're gonna use a talk block here. I'm gonna say, sorry, I couldn't find an answer to your question. Would you like to try a different one? There we go. And then again, we're gonna copy that into here. Oops, there we go. And if they do, okay. So if not, we're just going to return back to the main menu. So if we go into, I think it's called in actions. Now that is annoying. Okay, in actions, go to block, select home, back to main menu. And we're going to do the same thing here. Go to block, home, back to main menu. Now that's done. Let's go back home. And on learn more, we're going to create a new talk block saying, sure, what would you like to know? Perfect, and we'll generate a second variant as well. Okay. Then we'll just use the knowledge base again to answer our questions. So answer with KB. Same here. Actions, components, I believe. So actions, component, and we're going to answer with KB here as well. And then we're just going to go back to the main menu. Ask what date or ask question prompt, I guess. And then we're just going to listen as well. So capture entire user reply to last utterance, actions, component, and some KB. So that's also going back to the main menu there. And I think we'll lead that back to the main menu too. That's obviously going to be a fallback because we won't be exiting the flow. But I guess you could delete these. Oops. So for example, when they say no, should be able to delete this. Okay. I'm guessing we'll just have to create a new one. So just listen buttons. Yes, attach intent. Yes. That's the one. No. And we'll attach the intent. No. Now you might be wondering, why am I attaching intents to this? It's just because, if they type on their keyboard yeah or no or nah, then this will sort of basically match them up to this button if they said yeah, and then take them down the right route. So here, when they say yes, we'll use actions, go to block, in home, question prompt. Again, actions, go to block, home, and question prompt. And then you can actually leave this no. You can leave this no path open, because when it reaches this, like, unconnected path, then it will go back to this path, which is basically the end of the component, I guess. And then you can just send them back to what I've done here, saying, how else can I assist you? So now that's done, let's just quickly test it out. We want to train the agent first. It's going to just take a few minutes to train the NLU on our intents. And then once it's done, we can just use it. There we go. So what properties do you do by the beach? Session ended, path not connected. Okay. So for some reason, it's thinking that we need to get product recommendations here. So let's just go back to our intents and edit it. Okay, here, wants recommendations. Okay, I think it's more of a loose match. So what we want to do is we want to turn the intent like threshold level up. So it should be somewhere here. Environments, backups. Must have moved it somewhere. There we go. Intent confidence threshold. We want to move that up to around 0.75, I think. So it's more of a closer match when it is chosen. Just retrain the agent again. And we want to show intent confidence score as well. Perfect. What properties do you have by the beach? Okay, it's not using Markdown formatting properly. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change the AI model here to something like GPT 3.5 Turbo. I guess we have come full circle. And yeah, let's just test that out. Does that go to the right property? Oops. I just wanted this bit. Oh, it managed to get the URL, which is surprising. What about this one? Okay, I guess if they've got the URL there, then that must mean that the AI can see that from the knowledge base. So we've got the name, location. Yeah, so I've included the URL there. So that's great. So now we know that's working. Let's just try it out again. What properties do you have by the beach? All right. Let's just check it out. Right, it is working. That's great. Okay, now it's on to product recommendations and lead capture. All right, so fun things first, let's get product recommendations done. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a new workflow for this. So we're going to call this get recommendations. Create that workflow. Here we're going to say the trigger will be wants recommendations. Okay, and let's start with our first question. So let's just go back to our diagram here. Let's ask what they're looking for. So let's just ask, sure, what properties are you looking for particular? Don't think that's a good response. Okay, so sure, what properties are you looking for in particular? Now, when they send their answer back to the chatbot, we want to then use set AI here to basically extract all the info. So we'll extract info. You are a info instructor which takes in text and returns the location. Okay, so the user was just asked what properties they are looking for. The user must have said something, or we'll just say extract the location. That they want the property in. property in if there is no location output n/a. Okay, now in my experience, I think it's called Instant 1.2 does really well at these kind of tasks. So let's just use that. Here we're going to use a new variable called recommendations location. Create that new variable. There we go. So let's try this out. Just output NA only. Is what the user said. Last utterance. Output. Okay. A property, I'd like a property on the beach. Generate, it should then just output beach. Cool. I'd like a property with 6 bedrooms. Generate that. And we get NA, good. And then we want to, so let's just call this extract location. Then we want a new one. So we're going to put that right here again. And we're going to call this, so we want to get the location, budget, and bedrooms. So extract budget, extract the budget within. If there is no budget, output n/a only. Here's what the user said. And we're going to change this to recommendations budget and create that variable. And let's just preview that. And we have n/a, which is good. And let's just check if we can under 1 million AD. Generate, and it should just give us, yeah. Okay, since we want this as a number, let's just change the prompt. So we want to find a property within as a number. As a number. Okay. Let's try that again. Still spitting the same thing out. Okay. E.g user, I want a property under 3 million AD. Assistant output 1 0 0 0 0 0 0. Oh, sorry, 3. User, I want a 6-bedroom property. Output n/a. Let's try that again. Okay, it's formatted it, but it's still sort of fine. I think we can work with that. Okay, next up, we've got extracting the, so we've got extracting budget, location, and finally, if we go to our flowchart or diagram here, number of bedrooms. Number of bedrooms. we'll just change the examples here. Extract the number of bedrooms output and /a only. Okay, let's try this. 6, cool. Let's try that and /a. Okay. So once we've gone through these 3 AI steps, what we want to do is we want to go through each one by one. So if a location is not provided, oh, we need to change also what we set each to. So we need to change recommendations budget to recommendations num bedrooms. Create that new variable, take those brackets off, and there we go. Did we override the prompts in both? Yeah, cool. So let's use the logic step, if conditions. Let's go through them one by one. So if location not provided, so if location not provided, then if variable, so recommendations location is n/a. So if it's n/a, we should probably say it contains n/a. And we want to add a no match path as well. Then we're going to ask are there any do you have any preferences for location? Let's add another one. Do you have a specific location or area in mind? I think that will do it. So we'll put that up there. And then we'll go to the next one. Oop, no. Then we want to just listen. So capture the entire user reply to last utterance. And we'll save that for probably later, or we can extract the location. So if we go here, we can then extract the location. And if it's still NA, then, we'll forget about it. And we want to probably add a button. Actually, so we'll just listen with buttons here. So we'll type in any, and we don't really need an intent for that, but we're just going to add one anyways. So the phrase will just be any, and then we'll have a no match with a path there. And any will just skip over it. Then we'll go to the next one. So again, logic, condition. If budget not provided, I think recommendations budget contains and /a. And we want to skip to these. So there's no paths are unconnected. And again, we want to have no match. So that will go up there. And basically we can just sort of copy and paste, really, just like we did before. So do you have any preferences for, do you have a specific budget in mind, maybe? Let's see what the AI comes with. Yeah. Got a set budget. Perfect. We're going to ask that if it's not been provided. And we want to extract the budget instead. Okay. And we're going to just change the prompt a bit. Properties in particular. Okay. And then again, we're going to do the same for the, what do you call it? So budget and number of bedrooms. Let's just skip to that. Skip to that from there and skip to that from here. So if number of bedrooms, so recommendations number bedrooms, just like that. Same again, n/a, and we can just copy and paste this. Put that, connect that there. Are you looking for a specific number of bedrooms? And what we want to do is we want to change up the number of bedrooms prompt actually. Yep. So we're going to add a new example. 2 to 3 bedroom property, 2 to 3. Here's what the user said. Output. All right, perfect. Let's try that. Around 2 bedrooms. Let's see, just outputs 2, which is correct. And we just want to check one more thing. 2 to 4 bedrooms. So 2 to 4. So it should be 2 to 4. If the user states a range, output minimum, output the range in the format of minimum dash maximum. E.g. 1 to 2, 4. I want 1 to 2 bedrooms. And that's perfect. Preview that. 2 to 4. Let's try it again. Okay, for some reason it's outputting it with the quotations. So what we want to do is we just want to use a specific prompting format here. And let's try that again. Okay. Let's try it again. Am I missing something? Okay, so it outputs a number there, but it's outputting it with quotes here. Okay, now I didn't. Now I'm confused. Okay, let's try 3 to 4. So still using quotes. E.g., for example, without output number or range only, without any other anything else, any other punctuation. That should just work. Now this is getting frustrating. Is it because it formats it into a number? Maybe. But then that wouldn't explain. Okay. Okay, I think it's just outputting it as a string. So it's probably just Voiceflow's formatting. Okay, I think that prompt is fine. So now we've got that down. Let's just use it here. So we're going to again go through the no match. And else we're going to go to a custom function. Or let's just, okay, let me find some properties for you. And then we'll just connect them there. So if we go here, we want to create a new block with a function. I think it is, there we go, function. So currently I don't have any functions, so let's create one. We're just going to, listen with carousel. Let's just pick this template, call it property recommendations. And then let's call it gets property. All right. So if we go here, we've got some input variables, output variables, paths as well. So we can have success and no results, first of all, or an error as well. We probably won't get an error though. Input variables, we want to have num bedrooms. We also want to have location. And finally, we also want to have the budget. So budget, location, number of bedrooms. And then for our output variables, we'll have the carousel. And then for our other output variable, we'll also have found properties context. I think those are the only two we'll need. Oh, we'll also need the Voiceflow API key. And now to get the arguments, these input variables here, all we have to do is say const Voiceflow. So we'll just copy and paste here. Budget, location, and num-bedrooms equals args.input vars, I believe. So that should be it. That's how we get our input variables. Now let's just go on to the documentation to see how we get the property recommendations from the knowledge base. So it should be here, query API, filtering with tags and metadata. Okay. So that's our URL. Oh, no, that's not it. Let's just use this JSON body. So we'll take that for later. Okay, here we go. That's our API endpoint. And we're going to use the Voiceflow fetch function. So const results equals fetch. Oh, wait, fetch, sorry. And then we're going to use that body we saw here. There we go. So the chunk limit is going to be, I think we'll do 3 properties. Synthesis will be true. And we're going to change this prompt. Or you know what? Oops. Okay, so we pasted in the URL. And now we just need to copy the body. So let's go back to the example request and let's just copy that first. And then we'll go from there. Okay, so we probably want to fetch, I guess, the 4 most relevant chunks. We'll turn synthesis to false. So I don't think we need these settings. Let me just check. So in here, yeah, it's an optional object. So if we go back here, we can actually take these settings away because we don't need them. We're going to use Voiceflow's like AI step to synthesize the answer. Okay, so this is going to be the question which we're going to get the most relevant properties for. So here we're going to say, actually, I think what we'll do is we'll just have a query question maybe. Oh no, that's fine actually. Budget, location, num bedrooms, and also last utterance, and use last utterance. Okay, so let's just add those 2 in. Use last utterance and last utterance. So if use last utterance, I think we'll have to stringify this, is equal to true. Then we will use the last utterance. Else we're just going to create a query. So we're going to say, I want a property or show me properties. Width, and we're going to say num bedrooms at, so bedrooms at location, and for budget, oh yeah, we've got to make sure that, okay, this might be a bit more difficult than we thought. So let's just focus on formatting these correctly. Or actually, string budget const use. We're going to say function is NA value return value equals n/a. Okay. Const formatted num bedrooms equals string of num bedrooms, and finally const formatted location equals string location. Okay, and let's have a query. So let query equal if is an a. We'll check the number of bedrooms of formatted num bedrooms. So I want, or show me then we won't do anything, so we'll probably just inverse this condition, and we'll say query plus query equals query plus okay, we also need let filters equals an object. Query plus what would we add? So I think we'll just sort of stringify it. So maybe formatted num bedrooms if not is NA formatted budget, or maybe this one, formatted location. Query equals query plus at formatted location. Perfect. And then finally, if not is an A of the budget. So formatted budget. Let's put that in. under. Oh, we forgot the plus sign there. That would have given us an error for sure. There we go. Plus. Okay. Or the full stop at the end. I think we don't need that space. Let me check. Yeah, so we won't have the space at the end instead. What we'll just do is with all these three. So this is okay. So I'm just making sure that there's no unnecessary spaces being made here. So that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Okay. And then query equals query plus full stop. Okay, now for filters. So let's just go back to the docs here. So we've got array operators. Okay. We'll use the $in and we're just going to use the filters here. So filters dot, trying to remember what the number of bedrooms sort of what property it was. Let me just check. Let me just sign in. Okay, we're back. Let's just check this one out. Okay, and what was the output though? Good, you got info, image. Okay, we need to get type. Here, none bedrooms, and it's an array, which is good. Let me just go back to the docs. So we need to make an object. So filters.numBedrooms equals in. And then this is where we put the number of bedrooms. So I guess like filter array or numBedrooms array. Const numBedrooms array equals, and then we're going to take formatted numBedrooms dot includes a dash. If it includes a dash, then we're gonna, if it includes a dash, then dot split, I think it's called, dot split by the dash. And if not, then then it's just the same thing. and we want it as an array. Dot map, and we want to map it to number. I think that works. Let's just do that just to make sure. And then we just use non-bedrooms array in here. And I think that should be the filter for that. Formatted location is fine. Budget is fine. Didn't we want to add something else? I think this will be fine for now. If I have anything else to add, I think I'll just add it in the main video that will showcase this chatbot. So that's the whole query and all the filters. So let's just use that query as well, like that. Okay. And the filters will be the filters here. So then what we want to do is we want to just test it out. Oh, sorry, we want to look at what we'll get in the results. Yep. All right. That's the sample response there. And you'd usually have like metadata within the chunk. Let's check. Okay. So this is a sample request, which we've already done. So what we want to do now is we want to get the result JSON. So const chunks equals results.json results.json dot chunks. And then we want to also filter, and we'll add I think we can forget about the threshold, can't we? No, I think a threshold is good for this. Okay. Dot map chunk in chunk dot metadata, and let me see. So we've got, for each chunk we've got a score as well. So chunk dot score is above or equal to the threshold, and we want to make sure that we convert this into a number. I think, are these, yeah, these are output as numbers as well. So let's just add threshold into our input bars, just like that. Sorry, we want to filter there. And here we're just basically mapping each chunk. Chunks.map. And then we want to, actually we'll just map here. So map chunk in chunk.metadata. Okay. And we're going to call this properties. Okay. Now we need to just find the schema again. So here we have the URL, name, type, image. So we want the name on the top there. Description. We'll have the price in here. So let's just take a look at the price. So it's all formatted in AED already for us. So we don't even need that. So text product, or sorry, property.name, property.price, property.image, I believe. Yep, image, buttons, and we want to say, if we go back to our Figma board, so we've got the image, name, price, which we've already got, view details and learn more. So we want to have view details, payload, actions type, open URL, and we want the property.url there. And then we'll also have another button called learn more. And we're gonna just check it in these docs to see how we can implement that. Okay. Trace types. Now we want to look at carousel. Request type payload. Click for next step. Okay. Let's see in the guides. Should be something about functions. All right. And let's just check developing functions. Here we go, following a specific path based on user input. Okay, that's what we need to add. So hopefully this should just allow us to click on it to learn more, and we can have a learn more path. And we're only getting a maximum of 4 chunks, so learn more 1, learn more 2, learn more 3, and finally learn more 4. So type payload label. Okay. Issuing an X many command causes execution of the Voiceflow diagram to pause at the function step. Okay. All right. So we might have to return the trace just before. Or we could just, yeah, we're going to stringify the carousel anyway, so it should be fine. The function's path to leave from, yep. All right. Does it say anything about the payload? Okay. We're just going to keep the payload label empty. Or we're just going to call it example. Don't want to overcomplicate things here. We'll just leave it the same. That's all right. So basically what we want to do now is if we just go here, learn more, and then number. So we need to turn this into a template string. Obviously, if this gets too complicated, you can just copy and paste the code. I'll do that in my next tutorial. So it's going to be learn more and index then. So we need to enumerate. Oh, how do we enumerate an array again? I forgot myself. Enumerate array JS. This uses ES6, but JavaScript is also sort of ES6 and more. Enumerate array map function JS. Let me just check. Oh yeah, it gives you the index as well, doesn't it? So property index, and then we can just use index plus 1. And that should just do it for us. Yep. So those are the carousel items. And then this is the trace for the carousel. So const carousel equals json.stringify. So we want to call this carousel JSON. And then just copy and paste that there. Okay, that's the carousel JSON done. Let's also get the let's get the context as well. So const properties context, or found properties context. I'm going to call this carousel JSON equals results. Oh, no. Results.chunks. Okay, we want the filter chunks, don't we? found chunks. There we go. And then we can just replace that with this and then use this as a variable here. Found chunks dot map chunk dot content dot join /n. Okay, that's found properties context. I think that should be it. Oh, we're missing one more thing. So obviously if found chunks dot length is equal to 0, then we want to return next path no results, and then we can just leave the trace out of it. Otherwise we just return a success output vars. We want carousel JSON to be carousel JSON and found properties context to be, you guessed it, found properties context. We don't need these paths just yet. And also we need an error path. So let's just do that real quick. So I think we'll just wrap this whole thing in a try catch block. Return next path error. Perfect. So that's all of it done. And you should just be able to try the function out if need be. Let's just go back to our functions. And then we'll need to also create a new function. And we're going to call this show traces. So, or we can, show trace shows a trace, create that function. And then we want to show the, so trace JSON. And then we just take all this out. JSON.parse trace JSON. And obviously we want to get the trace JSON from the input vars. So trace JSON equals args.input vars.trace JSON. All right, that's that one done. Let's just make sure that we haven't left anything out. All looks good, and I think that should do it for product recommendations. So let's go back to the get recommendations flow here. Get the property recommendations. Threshold we're going to set to 0.35. Use last utterance. We're just going to use false for now. Last utterance again, null. None bedrooms. Recommendations none bedrooms. Location recommendations location. Budget recommendations budget. And the Voiceflow API key I'll put in later. Found properties content, so add found properties context. So we're going to add that variable, create it, and carousel JSON. Create that too. We'll just look at success first. So we'll use AI with response AI. And we'll say found properties context. You are a properties recommendations expert for Imar. Here are a few properties that have been found that you should recommend to the user. Write a paragraph or two talking about all these recommendations and why it would appeal to the user. Okay. Last for conversation memory. We'll put that at the end. We'll put that at the start actually. Or we'll put that in the middle, yeah. VF memory. There we go. Based on the conversation memory. Okay, and I think we'll use Quad 3 haiku, or yeah, that should just work. And we'll lower the temperature a lot. Increase max tokens. And then finally, we'll also show traces. So let's go into, I think it's called dev function, show trace, carousel JSON. Okay. But we also wanted to wait. So we're going to rename this to show trace and wait. And then we're going to take all the paths here, learn more 1, learn more 2, learn more 3, and learn more 4. Okay. Next path success, but we also want to make sure it listens, so let's just make sure. Next, listen true. So take all this out and paste this in. And we want to learn more 1, learn more, learn more 2, obviously goes here. We take that path. Default to path success. Three and 4. Okay. So that should just work. And if they don't click on either of those, then we'll just default to success. Okay. I'm going to get the Voiceflow key and I'm going to put it in there. Let's just make sure that we've got the right variables there. That's all right. That's all right. I'm going to call this Voiceflow key. Okay, and I'm going to set that variable off camera now. Okay, so let's test it out. So start from here. Oh, it seems it needs training, so let's just train the chatbot. Oh, it seems we forgot to put a listen and capture to last utterance, so let's just do that. Capture entire user reply to last utterance, and then we just set that to go to there. And we also want another set variable, and we're gonna set last query to last utterance. And that should just work like that. Okay, now let's start from here. I am looking for a beach house. Do you have any specific location or area in mind? The beach. Have you got a set budget? Nope. And are you looking for a specific number of bedrooms? 3 or 2 to 3? Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, so we've already got an error. So unexpected end of input at line 93. Okay, so it's just that we forgot the last curly brace. Let's try that again. Oh, and we want to set, I think it's last utterance here, to last query. Rather, I'm looking for a beach house with 2 bedrooms. Any? Have I got a set budget? No. Okay. So I either took the no result or the error path. So let's just go to talk. Sorry, I couldn't find any properties that match your query. Would you like to try a different one? I'm going to add another text. And then this is just going to be a simple yes, no block. Listen for a choice. Yes. And add another choice for no. And we want to also add some buttons. So yes. And no. Okay, if it's a yes, then we want to go all the way to the start. Just like that. And if it's a no, we just go back to the main loop. Home, back to main menu. And for error, sorry, there was an error retrieving properties for your query. And then we'll just go back to this block here. All right, that's done. Let's just check the errors out. So what we want to do is we want to add some traces. And we're going to call this type debug. And we're going to have a payload. Message, I think it's called. And we're going to, I think it's called JSON.stringify error. Let's try it again. A beach house. A beach house with 3 bedrooms. With any budget and near the beach. Any. Oops, I think I got the wrong. Let me just check. Trace, yes, just trace. So it did hit that though. It hit the error. Debug. So it's just debug payload message. All right. We're going to try that one more time and hopefully we'll get the debug message. Near the beach. Nope. 2 to 4. Let's see what the issue was. Okay. It somehow didn't stringify the error properly. So let me just check that. Okay. So hopefully this will work. And then we'll see what the error is. I knew it wouldn't work the first time, to be honest. I want to beach house. Nope. No. 2 to 4. Reference error. Error is not defined, but I checked that and it was. Oh, in case the last one. Sorry, the first one here. God, this is annoying. I might cut this bit out. A beach house. Nope. No. Two to 4. Okay, finally we got an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading chunks / n at main 41, line 41, column 36. All right. Sorry. So line 41. Here we go. Found chunks. Ah, okay. It's because we didn't specify a body. So method get headers accept application / JSON and content type application / JSON authorization Voiceflow API key body JSON.stringify that, and that's just work like a charm. One last go, hopefully. Okay. Whoops, it should be a post then, shouldn't it? Correct? I think I'm right here when I say that. Query API, query type post. Whoops, silly me. So again, method post. And we're just going to run this function, threshold 0.35. Use our last utterance false. And / a. Num bedrooms 2 to 3. Location near the beach. Budget n / a. And the Voiceflow API key I'll just, we'll just use the flow this side. I want a beach house. The beach near Jumeirah. Oh yeah. Any 2 to 3. Okay, let's try a different query. Near the beach. 2 million. Two to three, or 1 to 4. Okay, let's just try any bedrooms. So, okay, let's just try and solve this error. As you can see, it's at line 87, column 50. So let's just go to that. So 87 here somewhere. Okay, that should just work. So the issue about it getting no properties though, I think was because of this one array. So maybe if we just sort of comment that out, it should just go away. So let's try that out. I want a beach house. Near the beach. No. Or maybe 2 million. 2 to 3. Let's check this out. Unexpected token. U in JSON at position 0. Okay. Let's just check it here. Okay, carousel JSON. Stringifying an object. Right. STRINGIFI, yep. And we've got the correct payload as well. So in theory, it all should just work, but in practice, it isn't. Let's just make sure that you've got the right one. So show trace and wait, trace JSON. Okay. We also need to use this to go to a block to get recommendations. Okay, let's just run it. And then we should be able to see the variables here. So let's get recommendations. Oops. We haven't selected a block yet. So let's get recommendations and it should be star recommendations. There we go. So run that. Click on get recommendations. I want a beach house. And it should then extract the number of bedrooms and whatnot. So near the beach. No, not really. I want 2 to 3. Okay, let's check carousel JSON. So for some reason, it's still 0. Yep. So we need to think about why it isn't outputting that one. Ah, it's because we missed a space. Okay, that's frustrating. Okay, now it should just work. Okay, let's get recommendations. Want a beach house. Near the palm. Nope. 2 to 4. And it should just show us the carousel, provided there's no errors. Perfect. And if we click on view details, should be able to view them all. But let's click on learn more to see if it works. Okay, what about view details? Okay, it seems to have the same image for each one. I think that has to do with make automation. Meets requirements. Then you go through each, you get the image. I see. Okay, let's just check it out again. Alright, nothing we can do about that. I guess I'll try and fix that for the next video. But now we need to go into the learn more flow. So if we go back to our Figma board, here's our learn more flow. So if it's success, then we'll just say or I think we can just add a few buttons maybe. So we're going to say, I'm just going to use one more. So that will be an object. This will be a choice type. So if we go back here, functions, developing functions, following a specific path, and we need to just copy this trace type here, paste it in there, just like that. Buttons, back to main menu, or we'll just call it main menu. Recommend something else. This name will be main menu, and this one will be recommend something else. And then this type, this event type will be so recommend, and this one will be main menu. This will be default. So now default to success will be just default to default. And then we can also, on event type, main menu, go to main menu. And same for here on event type recommend, go to recommend. And then if we go back here, we'll see two more. I think it's a bit bugged out right now. There we go. So we'll use actions, go to block, home, and back to main menu, recommend. We'll just go to the actions, go to block, get recommendations, and it should be star recommendations. And success will just use a component, answer with KB. And then we will go back to the main menu. Home. Is it home? Back to main menu. There you go. Now these four will probably need to set a variable. So let's just have a quick think. Okay, so what we can do is we'll just make properties into, we'll just output a JSON array as well. So properties JSON, and then that can go in there. Const properties JSON equals found chunks dot map, and then we'll just JSON dot stringify that to make properties JSON. Get recommendations, and there'll be a new one called properties JSON. Perfect. Now for each one of these, if we go into our logic here, we're just going to set property index to 0. Here we're going to set it to 1. Here we're going to set it to 2 and 3. So then we can just get the correct property from the array and just use that. Let me just make sure that everything's all right in the function. Yeah, that should just work. And basically now what we do is we will use JavaScript. So if we go to dev JavaScript, and then we're going to call, we'll need to create a new variable. So if we go back, and I just create a variable right now. So we want to create a new variable called current property context. Or we want to call it current property probably. So let's just go back into our variables. Current property, done. Let's go back into get recommendations. Let's go into the function. And we want to change it so that it's the metadata. And we're actually going to stringify that too. Okay. So that should just basically allow us to get the property info. So let's just all go to this one block. Const const property equals, equals json.parse I think it's called properties JSON. Current property index. Okay. And then we'll just use talk to send the current property. Okay. So I think we'll just go from here, and we're just gonna skip over, or we can just could use a button, I guess. We're just gonna skip over to the recommend property stage right here. So I want a beach house. Perfect. And let's click on learn more. Okay, we get undefined. So JSON.parse properties JSON number property index. Is it because we didn't set it? I'm guessing, yeah. Whoops. Okay, let's try again. Let's learn more. Okay, it's just giving us a bracket. It's not very good. Let's just check. We've basically programmed everything right within the function. So here we're going to stringify the found chunks. So found chunks.map chunk in. We're going to stringify the chunk metadata. So it's just going to be an array of strings, which is what we want. So it's got to be something else. Ah, we didn't use the all properties variable. We just used properties JSON. Okay, we should be able to have it running now. No problem. So I want a beach house. Perfect. And if we click on learn more, we should just get the property JSON. Okay, that's perfect. Sure, what would you like to know? Let's go back to our board. So we need to know about nearby facilities, show directions, or other. So we're going to use listen for buttons, show directions, attach intent there. Okay, and another button. This is going to be called nearby facilities, attach intent to there. I'm going to create a new intent. Perfect. And we're going to create a no match path as well. With the no match path, we're just going to answer with the knowledge base. So actions component, answer with KB. We'll probably actually okay, so what we'll do is we'll just change the last utterance a slight bit. So we're going to set last utterance to dot, so JSON.parse current property dot, what do you call it, name. There we go. And we want to create a new variable for that too. Question about current property name, last utterance. Sorry, question about property name, current property name, last utterance. Okay, we need to just add some quotes, and then that should be all good to go. And then we'll answer with the knowledge base. So component, answer with KB. And then we'll just loop back to here. Now this is where it's going to get tricky. So we need to know how to use the Google Maps embed API. So let me just research that now. Okay, so as per the Google Docs, all you have to do is just create an iframe like that. So let's just do that now. So we're going to use a talk block saying here are the directions to, and then current property name. And then we're going to create a new text block with this iframe. So map mode. So we want to probably have it on just like a normal map mode. Let me see. Yeah, place. So we'll just use place here. Key will be my API key. And I don't think we need any parameters. So all I'll have to do is I'll just create an API key variable. So we'll call it gmap API key. So we're going to go back, create that variable, and then I'll fill it in with our API key, the one from before. Oops, so let's just quickly do that here. So now all I have to do is just use that here, use the variable gmap API key, and then we want the map mode to be in place. And for the parameters, we'll need to have the place ID. So let's just quickly get to that here. So if you can see here, all we need to do is just add the place ID into the queue parameter. So let's just go back and queue equals, and we're going to call this current property place ID. So we'll need to create a new variable again. So current property place ID. Create that variable. And if we go here, we're going to call this current property place ID. And there we go. Now I just need to set that here. So we're going to call this object. Take away the name property. Current property name equals current property object dot name const, and then current property place ID equals current property object dot place ID. I think that's all we need. Let me just go back and then check the JSON structure. So we've got URL, name, image type, price. We're looking for place ID here. So that's how it's spelt. We'll let you know. There we go. And then we're gonna go back here. Text anything else. And then we're gonna go back here. Gonna do the same here. And we need to add one more button saying main menu. I'm gonna attach a tent here. Main menu. Create that intent. And then that's just gonna go all the way back to the main menu. So if we click on the block here, click on back to main menu, and that's done. Okay, let's try it out. Hopefully we should be able to see it in Voiceflow. Learn more. Show directions. Okay, so we're getting sort of a blank screen. Let me just inspect it. So is this supposed to be a body? Yep. I'm guessing it blocks iframes. Okay, so what we've done is we've used JavaScript to basically create this iframe URL, and it seems to be working. So if we try it now, we should just get an iframe with the Google Maps. Okay, great. So as you can see, it shows us the location. Now let's try that on the property itself. So if we go into get recommendations, I type in, I want a place near downtown. Let's see what it gives us. Okay, and if we click on learn more and show directions, we should just get the place. So for some reason, it's showing us the entire world map instead of the actual place. Let's just check the JavaScript here. And I think it must be because we're not formatting it properly. So I've just looked around and apparently you have to add place ID in there. And then it should just all run normally. So let's just try it one last time. I want something in downtown. And it should just give us the right property this time. So let's learn more. Show directions. There we go. So we've got the map there, and we can also click on view larger map if we want to. Now let's go on to nearby facilities. Let's just quickly ask a question. For example, what facilities are there? Okay. And that will take us to nearby facilities. That's great. So let's head over to make.com because that's where we're going to use the lat and long coordinates. But first, we need to actually extract those. Or do we? No, we don't. So first, let's go over to make.com and then we'll create an automation on there to get all the nearby places, and then we'll use AI to summarize them. Okay, so we're on a new scenario. Let's create a webhook. Oh, not webhook response, sorry. We want to use webhooks, custom webhook, add new one. I'm going to call it get nearby places. Save that. Copy the address to the clipboard. Go back to the real estate chatbot. And then we should be able to use our API step here. And then we can just basically paste that URL in. And we want to use a post request with the body being raw JSON. So it will be the, what do you call it? Let me just go back here. Current property. So if we go to this post request and we edit it, hopefully that should just work. Okay, cool. So we want to just go back here and get it to send us a test request on make. So it's still waiting for us. I want a beach property, and it should then show us some properties. Click on learn more, nearby facilities, and it should have sent the post request. Okay, cool. It's determined the data structure. Now all we need to do is use the maps API. So we're going to get nearby places. So search for places by nearby search. Okay, it's just got raw text value. We need to just check that out. Yep, but what is the value? That's the question. Let's just try it again. Try again, nearby facilities. So the value is basically a long string. Oh, it's not proper JSON, that's why. Okay, let's go back to the post request. And by the way, if you, this URL will be invalidated, I'll just make a new webhook. So just make a webhook of your own if you want to use this. So let's try that again. So we want to redetermine data structure. And then we're going to go all the way back here. Click on start from there. Want a beach property. Let's watch it get some beach properties then. Type too early. Okay, click on learn more. Nearby facilities. And it should have just redetermined the data structure for us. And we're going to use Google Maps again, search for places by nearby search. Okay, we're still getting the wrong variable. Okay. Let's just wrap it in a data JSON variable. So there we go. And then we're going to try that again. It does take some time with this. Click on cancel, redetermine data structure. Beach property. And then we should be able to click on learn more. Learn more. Nearby facilities. Let's check it out. Still going to be a long string for some reason. So what we could do is we could set the variable or use a text parser maybe. No, we'll set a variable and we'll slice the text. That's what we'll do. Is it changed in any way though? No, not really. I wonder why. Since we did just change the post request contents like that, right? Yeah. So it shouldn't be doing anything like that. We're sending raw JSON. So maybe we need to just specify the content type. All right. Just try that again. A beach house. If this is getting boring for you guys, you can always like put on Subway Surfers like next to your phone screen. Let's just quickly redetermine the data structure again. Try again. Nearby facilities. Okay. Okay, it's still doing that. Oh no, it's not. It's not anymore. That's great. Okay. So we're going to use nearby search, latitude, longitude, radius, and we're gonna search for around like stuff within a kilometer. Don't need minimum or maximum price. Type, we'll leave empty. Limit will be, we'll limit it to 10. And then we'll just, I think we could use AI to summarize it, but we'll just do that in Voiceflow instead. So let's just send the webhook response back. 200 with let's just check. Okay, so this seems to return multiple bundles, so we're just going to use an aggregator here. Or we might want to use a JSON aggregator. No, an array aggregator is fine. Select all there. Then we're gonna use the JSON module, and we're going to transform the array to JSON. Once that's done, you just send the JSON string back. That's all done. We'll click save, delete all data, and there we go. Okay, now let's just test this post request out. Probably want to get an example property. So let's just go back and find one. So if we look at our last scrape, and we just go through all these and go through the JSON string, we should be able to just find one. We'll just take the first one off here. I think that's about where it ends. And then we'll just copy that. And then we can just test the request out here. So send request, paste that in, generate. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay. So we've got some data here. Image. These are just properties, so we want to probably filter those out. And okay. Location. Oh wait, this is just the it's just the first property. That is weird though. Photo value, null, photos, height, HTML attributes. Okay. You've got URL for the map, geometry, location. Okay. Place ID. Let's just look at the make history instead. So if we go over to the make history, we'll see our response body here. And what about from Google Maps? So you've got the first bundle, second bundle. Okay. The types plus code, photos, opening hours, place ID. That's fine. Name. Do we have any directions? Okay. Opening hours, geometry, location, that's the viewport. All right. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go through each and we'll basically pick out the names and their types. So let's just do that real quick. So tools, and we want to basically variable name here. So we want to get the place name. And what else do we want to add? At there. And we'll also set up a filter to make sure not first, because the first result will always be the property. So we'll go for bundle order position, and it should not be equal to 1. There we go. So let's just try running that once. Resend that. And let's just check the top bit. Okay, so it got 9 because the first one doesn't count. Let's just check that. Bundle 1, Z City. Bundle 2, thus name. The name is SNB Middle East. The name here is Z City. Okay. So what we want to do now is we want to go into this and we want to aggregate from this variable, this tool here, set variable. So just select all and don't select all, then click on place name. And that should just work since it also outputs multiple bundles. Let's click on run once again, resend that. Okay. So we might have to attach it to the Google Maps one and save that. Resend. All right. And then all we have to do is just basically list this. So at formatted address, which might not always be there. Do we get a description as well? Let's check. Not really. I think that'll be fine. So place name, what we want to do is probably join the array up. So join the array of place names with a separator of probably /n, or yeah, I think /n will do just fine. Or we'll just do a comma and a space and run once. Resend that. Okay. probably not do that. Pick from array, I'm guessing. Or maybe it's map. Yeah. So we want to map the array and get the place name. Let's try that out. All right. What else? What do we also get here? So types, establishment, types of restaurant, food. So we've got restaurant, point of interest, which is, what is it called? Car maxim. Another point of interest there. Okay. Which is a, and then if we go into types 1, there we go. And let's just change this to /n like that and save that there. And let's resend that. Which is a type of point of interest /n. Okay. So it seems to be ignoring new line characters. So what we'd probably want to do, maybe we can just create a new line like that and save it. Does it work? No, it doesn't. So we'll just do that and click on save. Okay, so that gets our, basically our locations. Okay, so then we want to put the response into the variable nearby places. You just create a new variable like that. And then let's just use AI to summarize them. So response AI, you have just been asked about nearby places near current property name, which is a property by Imar. Found nearby, we'll call it places near current property name, nearby places. Output a summary of all the nearby places which are within 1 kilometer of the property. Summary. Okay. And then we'll just do that. What we could also do is probably find the distance. So let's try doing that. So tools, set variable, distance, and then we're going to get the latitude and longitude, and hopefully should have some number functions to do that for us. Distance, get directions, get a location, get a time zone, get elevation, distance matrix. So let's try using that. So get distance matrix, with the place ID, so origins by input geographic coordinates, latitude and longitude, and destinations. Again, we're going to use the latitude and longitude here. Travel mode by walking. Let's run that once. Let's also send a test request here. And let's see what happened. Oh, it's unauthorized, so we need to just enable it. So let's go to console.cloud.google.com. And let me just log in. And then just type in Google Maps platform. And we should find the distance API somewhere. So if we go here, and it's probably, which one would it be? Distance matrix API, enable that. Okay, it's already enabled. And now if we run it again, resend that request. Okay. Distance, duration 1 minute, text 1 minute. Okay. And let's just use the distance matrix here. Distance, duration, walk away. So, and all right, that's all right. And yep, that's perfect. And then if we just check here, this is the distance in meters, and the maximum allowed is 50,000. We're just doing 1,000, so a kilometer. And I think we'll limit the results to like 7. So let's run that once and resend that. So it's a point of interest, and there's a 1 minute walk away. 1 minute walk away. Yep. Okay. maybe I'm missing something here. So the origin and the destination. Travel mode is walking. Okay, units is metric. That's fine. Pretty sure this should work like normal. Let's just check what's being input. Okay, so everything is like, within a 1 minute walk away. So I think we'll just up it to like 10. There we go. And yeah, that's it. Then I think we could also, yeah, we'll just route them back to anything else. All right, let's just test that out. So let's get some recommendations. A property by the beach. Let's see what it says. Okay, let's learn more about the first one. Let's first show directions. Okay. What about our nearby facilities? There are several places, nearby places within 1 kilometer of Ocean Star. These include Sofitel Dubai. These places offer various types of accommodation, such as lodging and spa services, anything else. Okay. And we need to save those changes. What was our latest response? Let's try that again, just to make sure. Okay. Let's just check the details of this. Didn't we just check that? Okay. It should be authorized to use it though. Let's try that again. Nearby facilities. Yep. Well, talking about the time taken to walk there, if the walking duration or time taken to walk is given to you for each place. Okay, let's try that out. Okay, let's just check the last log. Okay, let's run that. Get recommendations. I want something in downtown. And it should then get us some properties in downtown. There we go, learn more. And let's look at the nearby facilities. Okay, perfect. It even talks about, stuff that's 1 minute walk away, 11-minute walk away, stuff like that. Okay. So I think we're done with the recommendations part of it, and now we just have to do the last one, which is lead capture. Okay, now to capture lead info, what we need to do is we need to add a step here in between. So take that out. And then we're going to use JavaScript here. So if we go into dev and JavaScript. Okay, now I have added a few variables. You just need to add them too in your variables panel. Just because I was capturing some footage and unfortunately there was no sound. So anyway, so capture and continue. Those are the two paths we want. And I think it's called main menu navigation count plus equals 1. Then if main menu navigation count %2, so mod 2, and string of, we'll get to that in a second, false, has capture lead info is false, return, we want to return continue here, and we want to return capture here. Okay, and for all the other paths, we'll just continue as normal, as well as for continue. But for capture, we're going to create a new flow. So new workflow, capture lead, and we're going to remove the trigger. Going to create a listen block for capturing their email first. So we're going to create a new entity called email. Data type will be email, and create that entity. There we go. Entity reprompt. Please could you enter? Cool. And that should just work. So let's call that start capture. And then let's go back home. And in the capture flow, in the capture path, we're going to go to capture lead, start capture. Let's try this out. Okay, I think we need some text. Or maybe we should just ask why they want to get a property first. So for a property with us. Nope. Let's try another one. And let's do, could I ask, why are you interested in buying a property with us? All right. And then we're going to capture the entire user reply to visit reason. So we'll create a new variable, visit reason, and then we'll use AI to then say, so you just asked the user why they are looking for a property with your company email. Here is what they said. Last utterance. Please respond to, and then we're just going to say response, acknowledging what they said. New family home in the UAE. Let's try that. Short response. There we go. Then we want to capture, so then we use another text block and say, please may I have your email? And then we're going to capture their reply to email. Please could you enter? There we go. Okay, so we've got the reason, their email or phone. I guess we'll just do email for now. That's usually what's the most popular thing, especially since they're on the internet. Ask for their name and their budget. Okay. And then we'll, and could I have your name? And then we're going to use listen here to capture their name. So name, type of being name. So their name, their budget, already found that out. Yep. And finally, what's your budget? For buying a property. And then we're going to listen and capture that. And we're going to probably, let's try number. Budget. 500,000. Create that entity. Let's see what it does. We'd have to train the NLU. We'll sit back and train that. There it goes, all trained. And we'll just test it from here. Okay. We might have to use AI to capture that. Yep, that's fine. And then we're going to go back here. Or is it in get recommendations that we got the extract budget thing? There we go. We're going to just use that. What their budget was. For buying a property that they want as a number that they mentioned. All right. And if it is NA, so again, we can just go back home. Also to get recommendations. And let's just copy that and paste it here. But we're going to create a new variable for this. So here, I'm going to call it lead budget. Create that variable. And then we're going to do the same here. Lead budget. And if it is not provided, we'll just tell them I guess if they don't want to provide a budget, if they don't have a budget, we just score them lower. If they're keen, they'll say it the first time. So if budget not provided, that's fine. We don't need to think about that. I think we can just merge it here. Never mind. Okay, so we've got their budget. Now we just need to score them. So we're going to use AI, set AI, enter a set label, and we're going to say right here, lead score, create that. Visit reason, email, call, name, budget, and lead score. Here is the latest conversation history of a lead that is chatting with you. VF memory. So please score them on this scale. 1. And we're going to use headings here. 1. A bad lead. The lead is uninterested and has a low budget The lead is uninterested and has a low budget and doesn't look like and it doesn't look like they'd convert easily. 2. Average lead. The lead shows some interest and has a budget, a low budget, below, I'd say 1 million or 500,000 AED. You don't know where the property price is. Has a budget of around 1 million 500,000 to 1 million AED. It should be 50-50 on whether they convert or not. And finally, 3, great lead. Oop, great lead. The lead shows the lead is keen on getting a property with Imar and has a budget of over 1 million AED. They are highly likely to convert. Okay. You are a property consultant that has been chatting with them, and you are now scoring them. The lead for the support team to reach out to them. Please score them on this scale. Score as a number from 1 to 3. Okay, there we go. So we've scored the lead now. And now we need to use an API step to then submit that score and those details. So we'll use a GET request, either way if it's failed or not. Then we'll use some text here. So we'll submit the lead info later. We'll use some logic for condition. Ooh, do we want to, yeah, we'll ask them. We'll ask them beforehand. So we'll use some logic here with the condition. Lead is good or above. Add a condition, variable, lead score. You can always change this to so is greater than or equal to 2. Perfect. And we want a no match path as well. This is when we want to contact them, ask them whether they want to be contacted. So here we'll say like, when is the best time to contact you? And then we'll have a listen for choice. And we'll have a now intent. Create that. And we want a path as well for a no match. If it's now, we're going to send them to a new flow. So human handoff, create that workflow, talk. Okay, I'll hand you off to one of our live agents or live agents or property consultants. Now, hold on while I find someone to transfer you to. Okay, and we're going to call this start handoff. Great. So in the capture lead flow, when it hits now, what we'll do is we'll set a new variable. So with logic, just set handoff time. Yep. And set it to now. Otherwise, what we want to do is you want to just use AI to extract. Oops, not response set. We want to use AI to extract the time. Extract time. The lead was asked when they'd like to be contacted. Please extract the time from what they said. Last utterance. I'm going to call this handoff time. And that's done. So you've got handoff time to now and handoff time there. And then we'll just submit that lead info there. And then we'll use a condition again. So logic, condition, enter condition label. Should handoff now. Variable handoff time. And we want to make sure if it's now that we just send them to get handed off. And we're going to go into actions, go to block, human handoff, and start the handoff. If there's no match, what we'll do is we'll just go back to the main menu. So go to block, home, back to main menu. Now we've got 3 things going there. We also want to set the variable has captured lead info to true. So has captured lead info, and we're going to set that to true. Okay, that flow is done. Let's go into first, we also need to basically add the lead info to a CRM. Now, most companies, like most businesses, will probably have a full-on CRM, hopefully, but some also use Google Sheets. So let's just do a Google Sheet this time. And you can always easily hook this up to a CRM. So we'll create a blank spreadsheet, and we will call this EMR leads. There we go. We want their name, email, time to contact, date, and reason. I think that's all we need. Oh, budget as well. Budget, reason, and date. Obviously, want to extend the reason by a lot. So as well, budget 2 and email by just a bit. All right, now we just need to make a make workflow. So let's just do that. Okay, so we're in a new scenario. We want to create a webhook, custom webhook, add lead, save that. And then we want to go to our real estate chatbot here. We want to copy the address. And then in our parameters, we want to add each one. So name, email, there, budget, lead budget, score, lead score. So budget, email, name, contact time, or handoff time. Yep. So I think that's all we need. Name, email, time to contact, budget, reason as well. Visit reason. Okay. So if we just send a test request. Okay, so let's enter a name like John Doe at gmail.com. 1 million. 2 handoff time. I don't know, like 13 or tomorrow. Visit reason. Let's say wanted a home for the family. Generate. Let's check it out. Okay, successfully determine the data structure. Now if we go to Sheets, Google Sheets, and we want to add a row like that. Let's just choose a sheet. Okay. Here, Sheets connection. Click to choose that sheet. Email leads. And sheet 1. So we'll put the name there, the email here, budget there, contact time there, reason here, and the date will just be now. There we go. Click OK. And then that's it. We can save that and turn that webhook on. Let's resend that. And there we go. Okay, so that's lead capture done. And now it's human handoff time. So all we have to do is just, because we're going to use Voiceflow here, we'll just create a custom action. So in dev, custom action, set run time, the action body. Okay, so all we have to do is we just put in a few parameters like action, request, handoff. Let me just check here. Timeout as well. So timeout. I'm going to go for 30 seconds and with cancel, which means they can cancel the handoff if they want to. I think we're going to turn that to false. Just like that. And for the paths, reject. We don't want to make sure that it's not a default path. And stop on action should be true. So then that will hand them off. And if not, then we'll just basically say, sorry, I couldn't find anyone that was available. That's available. At this time. Could you let me know what other times you are available at? And then we'll just listen and capture the entire user reply. Then we'll go back to the capture lead step, and we will go to this extract time block. So actions, go to block, and we want to go to capture lead, extract time. And then that will just add the lead again at a different time. And that is it, I believe. So that's the whole property chatbot. And if we go back to the requirements, so they can interact with the chat. So, oh, what am I doing? So that's the whole Voiceflow build. And now we just need to go into the Voiceflow build. So voiceflow.org. And we want to create a new agent called Real or Mar Support. Create that. And we'll give it like a golden thing, or yeah, like that. Here to help find the best properties for you. Won't worry too much about the branding. Voiceflow API key, I'll just copy and paste that. All right, so I just pasted it in, and the project ID. All right. We'll leave the font family and everything the same, and we'll change the theme to yellow. Save that. Then we want to go into our clients, and we want to take the email chatbot, this one, and put it in there. Then we can basically test out the chatbot. So let's do that right now. So let's go to prototype. Here I'm Eve, I'm here to assist. Let's get some recommendations. Something in downtown. As I said before, I'll probably change the images for the next video. But if you were just working with the client directly, you'll just get direct access to the database, so it's all fine. So we can view details here. Cool. All right, so as you can see right here, when we clicked on view details, it took us to the page, but it seemed to send a message as well. So we just need to tell VoiceGlow to ignore that. So let's just go there and go into settings, I believe it is. And into, let's click on always enable card buttons and ignore URL paths and hit save on that. All right, now let's try it out again. Okay, so now we've refreshed the conversation. Let's see if it works. So first we let's just learn more. And let's just say like, where Do you do your properties? Okay, for some reason it's taken us all the way back to this intent, so let's just make sure that doesn't happen. So let's go back into our Voiceflow creator, so creator.voiceflow.com. So all we need to do is just delete the intent here, and then we should be good to go. Let's just make sure that nothing's broken over here, and yeah, we just need to delete that and connect it to this block instead. Let's also go to our variables and make sure that our menu navigation count. So what we want to do is also make sure that our main menu navigation count has a default value of 0. So that's set. We also need to set has captured lead info to false for its default value, just like that. It also seems I've got the blocks the wrong way, so I'm just going to fix that right now. And then have that lead to there. And okay, so I did some digging, and apparently it's not saved main menu navigation count as a number, so we're just going to convert it to a number like that and add 1. Then we're going to just publish it again for the last time. And then I'll cut to just before we get sent to the lead capture flow. Okay, so as you can see, I've just had a bit of a conversation with it, and now let's see if it takes us to the lead gen flow. Cool. So I want a new home for my family. Let's see what it says. All right, let's say Ibrahim at AIBoosted.biz. Ibrahim. It's Ibrahim Afzal. We'll probably have to use AI to extract that email. I'll see if we need to improve that in the next video, which will basically be an overview of this chatbot. So, and finally, what's your budget for buying a property? We want to say let's say like 1 million or 2 million dirhams. Dirhams. There we go. And let's just say now that should initiate the human handoff. Let's just check. Oh, there we go. So let's go into our dashboard and let's go to dashboard.aiboosted.biz. Let's go into our agents dashboard and there's the chat request. And let's handle it. Cool, and let's just say hello. So once we send that message, we get it right here. And let's also check on the Google Sheet while we're at it. So let's go to sheets.google.com. Leads. And as you can see, it's been all the data's been entered into the sheet as well. So that's the whole build. If you enjoyed the video or if you found anything valuable within it, please do leave a like and consider subscribing for more content just like this. And if you want to work with us at AI Boosted and get custom tailored AI automations for your business, then the link to do that is in the description below. That's all from me, and I'll see you in the next video.